in 2023. The Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance of the Escazú Agreement is a subsidiary body of the COP, and on account of its nature is a body that is not contentious. It is for support for the implementation and compliance of the Escazú Agreement. Since the first Conference of Parties here at ECLAC, the decision was agreed 1-3 that determines the rules for composition and functioning of the committee. And this provides a framework based on which we have, or within which we must work. And this determines that the committee should draft its mode of working to ensure the significant participation by the public and considering the capacities and circumstances of each country. With the support of the Secretariat, the draft was drawn, and we determined a process to share the paper as determined for the state parties and the public. Dialogue and exchanges were held with other similar processes, such as the Committee for Compliance of the Aarhus Convention, experiences in other committees on human rights, such as the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and also developing and improving the wording throughout the process with the support of the steering committee of the state parties, representatives of the public, and the public at large. November the 15th, 2023, at the second meeting of the Open Committee, which was held over the internet, the general guidelines of the mode of work were presented, and in December, it was shared with the state parties and elected representatives of the public for comments and observations. And then, on January 18th this year, at an informal meeting, doubts that state parties or discussants had, and this was done in February with the public. And then, subsequently, in late February this year, there was this was the deadline for comments to the paper on the ECLAC website. It is thanks to these comments and observations that we have been able to improve the document that includes the way that we are going to work at the committee. And we received comments from Uruguay, Mexico, Argentina, Guyana, St. Lucia, and Bolivia. Of the network of organizations for the Escazú Agreement, human rights organizations such as the International Service for Human Rights and the Aarhus Committee, Transparency International, the High Commissioner, and the network of the Bolivian Platform for Climate Change. We believe that today we have a robust text that covers what was awarded by state parties. The Modalities of Work document contains 10 topics. It analyzes the objective and the nature of the committee, the structure, composition, and the way that these sessions are carried out and that all work is organized, information and support for the COP meeting, functions as a council, and assistance to the parties, the way that the communications will be received, rules for moral ethics, and independence that comprise the ethics paper that was signed by everyone here in Santiago, and the continuous view, as well as the possibility of making amendments when this is appropriate. In parallel with the Secretariat, a digital platform was designed to put forward the request for support as well as communications according to the rules for the composition and functioning, and that we're hoping will be a useful channel in order to bring what we do closer to the state parties and the public at large, to promote the use of the digital platform and understand its scope. On Thursday, the 25th of this week, we will have an open session to learn further of the functioning and answer whatever questions and doubts that may exist. Since we took up office in August 2023, we have ensured informing of the committee with the aims. We worked with the group of defenders in Panama and have had the opening to maintain space for dialogue and reflection to fulfill the functions that we have been asked to fulfill. Those who are members of the committee are committed to collective and collaborative work among all members, in as much as possible, reaching decisions by consensus so that the members may have the same responsibilities and commitments. We're hoping to, in this way, contribute to strengthen the bases that have allowed us to come this far and open new paths to guide us for the gradual and progressive implementation and compliance of the state parties. I now will hand over to the Chair, Andres Napoli, to tell us briefly on the content of these modalities of work. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone in this hall and those who are following us over web streaming. In this first report that the Committee for Implementation and Compliance of the Committee, as a subsidiary body, I will refer specifically to the process that led us to this way of working by the committee that we are putting to use right now. As indicated, the mandate began in August 2023 when the members who were elected at the second COP meeting in Buenos Aires were sworn in. At the time, we drafted and defined the modalities of the committee. It was a long, drawn-out and participatory meeting, very enriching. And the task could be divided in two main phases or stages. The first one, drafting wording and with active participation by the state parties as well as representatives of the public, and the initial draft was prepared by the Secretariat. And then a second phase when the document was opened up for a more open consultation with the public, and that we had engagement and contribution by all UN agencies, the Argos Committee, to whom we are very grateful. During the first phase, and with the drafting of the document, the first contributions and suggestions by the states were received, especially those that make up the steering committee and the elected representatives of the public. Having analyzed these contributions, the committee drafted a second version of the document that was sent to all state parties. And this began the second period to receive the comments and compile them. And then in February of this year, there was an open consultation to the public. And as a result of these dialogues many valuable contributions were received, which I will sum up as follows. Today, we have a more elaborate version on the ways and modalities of work. This is the procedure, the functioning of the committee, the breakdown of the rules that the COP determined for the committee. And so therefore we have a more simple, more synthetic version that we present, and many of the previous actions were disseminated in different parts of the document, but today they are concentrated. And so we were able to more clearly determine the nature and the aim of the committee, as you will be able to see in the first articles of the modalities. And we determined, therefore, a way of working that was more agile, taking note clearly of the observations received. And so we determined the need to create sub-working groups and appoint special rapporteurs. So, as we will see later on during the session, we will see. As to the functioning of the committee, with a greater decision, these 7 functions are provided for by the rules of procedure, and what has to do with the consultation and dialogue with the parties, which I'm sure you will be very interested in, everyone present here. It was possible to reorganize the process so as to have a higher degree of foreseeability for all parties involved, including those dialogues and consultations in the working plan determined by the committee.
In communications chapter, which I say is the most profound part of this, we were able to draft this with organization thanks to the contributions received by member states and the ARUS committee that has wide experience in communication. And finally, we worked in search for a fast mechanism for response that is of great concern since we've been hearing at Escazú, so that the committee may adopt measures whenever there may be attacks or threats to members of the public, and this has been expressed to the committee. There, perhaps some prevention measures may be implemented and others for the appropriate protection of people at risk. As the chairperson said, it is a sound declaration that includes what was stated at the committee. And this document adopts Escazú modalities. It was prepared with the full participation of the public and naturally party states and with the support of international organizations. So on behalf of this committee, I'd like to thank the parties of this agreement, the members of the presiding officers, the public, and all of you who have provided this support. I'd also like to mention my colleagues from the committee. They have dedicated their efforts, commitments in order to follow this modality. Our chairperson, Patricia Madrigal, has articulated with us within and without. We hope that the work that we submit will show that we have met our obligations, and the committee will thus be able to help the states for full implementation of the agreement, which is entrusted by Article number 1. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Napoli. I now give the floor to Vice Chair Carol Excel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. The committee is proud to have completed our working modalities after more than 8 months of work, including consultations, and we have a final draft for approval today of our working modalities. As you know, the working modalities are mandated by the rules related to the structure and functions of the committee to support implementation and compliance of the regional agreement on access to information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. They are an internal document approved by the committee to facilitate the proper exercise of its objectives and functions. And the committee believes that the modalities that have been finalized provide flexibility to the committee, but enough detail to organize our work. They are comprehensive and enable us to start our work and receive requests for advice, communications, interpretation, and organize our reporting functions and interactions with state parties and the public. They will support the commencement of our functions beginning at the end of the COP, both from state parties and the public. The committee is open to begin its work. In saying we are open for work, I want to note that the modalities will only support implementation if they're used by states and members of the public with trust that our role is to ensure implementation and compliance in the spirit of the agreement as an advisory body. On this note, I also want to add my share of thanks to all the state parties, members of the public, UN agencies, who provided really important comments on the structure of the document, the content of each section, and even suggested proposed textual amendments. I also want to thank everyone who attended our virtual meetings to share their thoughts, the members of the committee, and of course, not least of all, UN ECLAC, who provided guidance and support throughout the process. Changes have been made from the first draft to reflect many of these comments and suggestions, and some of them, as Andres noted, are important to mention. I will mention in particular that the new draft clarifies how state parties can seek support for implementation as well as interpretation of the agreement, particularly opportunities on open dialogue and consultation. There was also an expansion to the requirements in the rapid response mechanism and engagement, and it speaks to engagement with national and subnational bodies, as well as recourse to national or international protection mechanisms or systems. The expansion of a provision on amicable solutions, which will provide an additional opportunity to engage in dialogue informally with state parties by communicants without a longer hearing to shorten the time frame for matters to be resolved. Clarification of what happens at a potential hearing if one is justified in the circumstances of the case, and also clarity on the committee's obligations to create a biannual work plan, to seek support and partnership with other organizations in its work. As we get ready to adopt these modalities, it's important to see them as providing a method for the committee to engage with the agreement and its bodies in a practical manner. A key component will be to ensure that there is knowledge about the committee, the role it plays, but also to build the capacity to use these modalities, ensuring we have funding to support our work and that ratification of the Escazú agreement, work with the different bodies of the agreement brings a source of pride in the region. We recognize that all countries are starting at different points in their journey on the implementation of the Escazú agreement and their rights of access to information, public participation, and access to justice. But we believe that the implementation of this agreement will be when it's felt, the rights are felt in communities. So with perseverance, and if we want to acknowledge this important milestone, which has taken over almost a year, that we have achieved today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I put forward the motion to adopt this MO. We're talking about document LC-PS dot 2024-33 version in English as well as in Spanish. If there are no objections, then we unanimously pass the motion. I have been requested the floor. We here have the participation of the Secretariat of the Compliance group, and she is with us online. Could we leave that participation to the end of the meeting? Thank you, and I appreciate handing me the floor. I'd rather not wait till the end because we do have a meeting to attend, a meeting of heads of delegations for this COP meeting. I introduce myself. I am Diego Pacheco, head of the delegation from the Bolivian plurinational nation. I'd like to talk about the approval of this document on working modalities. We do believe that at this third COP, we must correct the errors in the implementation of Escazú. But before addressing that, I'd like to insist that today, April 22nd, is the International Day of Mother Earth. And here we bring in our commitment to defend and protect the life of all living beings, as well as the rights of Mother Earth. We all also agree on the implementation of Escazú, but there is an issue related to this document that is being approved in the Committee on Working Modalities, and this issue goes back to the first COP. Chairperson, members of the committee, and public. At the first COP, Bolivia brought in a proposal to set up a committee for Escazú implementation that be inclusive, democratic, organic. And that would also include all parties, all governments, public and indigenous people as well. Bolivia brings in a proposal to set up a committee for the compliance implementation of Escazú that is democratic, with the joint participation and management in the committee for the implementation with governments, parties, public and indigenous people. Our ambition was to have a committee for the implementation of Escazú with the direct participation of the public, of the parties, and of the indigenous peoples. And at that first COP, it was decided that the peoples, since they are not able to rule themselves, indigenous peoples and others have to transfer their responsibilities to a committee set up by 7 individuals. On that occasion, we believed that that was not the best way to implement Escazú. Escazú must be directly implementation by different parties, directly by the public, and directly by indigenous people as well. Thus, we agreed on that first call, and that's one of the errors in the approval of the working modalities as we are doing so today. We agreed on that first call that we should open up a consultation process. Consultation on the Bolivian proposal, also translated into English. Consultation in order to reflect on the proposal that we brought. And during that dialogue, we could adjust and adapt the rules for the functioning of the committee as appropriate to work on Escazú, but that has not occurred. We have not seen any consultation process to modify, adjust, and discuss the rules for the functioning of the committee. And even though we have reiterated our proposal before second COP, still our position has not been considered in the debate and in discussion of this document. We don't believe that that is correct. If we send something in writing to the table that was verbally announced, then that proposal should have been discussed, chairperson, by the members of the committee in order to set up the groundwork for the dialogue on working modalities. We believe then that it is incorrect to approve this kind of document without the consultation process that was approved on the first COP by all parties. Without this consultation, we cannot go forward to define working modalities without holding these consultations. And Bolivia has requested at pre-COP that was organized in March on virtual matter that the consultation be implemented as a necessary step before the approval of any kind of document such as this one. I'd like to express here the fact that Escazú must meet the principles of Escazú, and these have to do with participation, good faith, transparency. We must implement from within, from the internal structure of Escazú, a process that is participative, in good faith, that is done in good faith and transparent. So we cannot go forward in making decisions such as these without considering the decisions that have already been passed. That does not involve good faith, nor is it transparent or participative. So we demand that in this structure, that in a participatory fashion, we hear all voices with an inclusive, democratic, organic, participatory process. We suggest, as a Bolivian delegation, that we set up a new subsidiary organ for the implementation of Escazú. Why? Because we must correct these errors in order to grant participation with a joint management of the parties and of the public, and that this organ will have the direct participation of representatives from the public as elected by the countries, and with direct participation of the representatives from indigenous people. Thank you, Madam Chair, for listening to me without any interruption. I am head of this delegation, and we are transmitting this also virtual means. We deserve respect. So we bring this proposal to set up a new subsidiary organ that will be pending, and we will reiterate that we are waiting for the approval of this document in working modalities until the consultation process does not take place as decided in the first COP. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, delegation of the plurinational state of Bolivia. What you have put forward, I believe, exceeds our capacity, since it is something to be considered by the COP. As the committee appointed and sworn in, we are a subsidiary body of advice to the COP, and so the highest body of decision is where the appropriate decisions are to be made. And surely we will follow those decisions. Thank you. And also, I recognize the contributions sent to the document, although mention of the proposal being put forward by Bolivia. I would like to recognize Vishnu Tulsit, elected representative of the public, and who will comment on the modalities of work. And we have here online Fiona Marshall, legal officer of the Committee for the Compliance of the Aarhus Convention. Welcome, Fiona. In just a few moments, I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee and all present. I'm pleased for this opportunity to address the third meeting of the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance of the Escazú Agreement on behalf of the elected representatives of the public. Governments and organizations are notorious for approving policies that do not get implemented, but they are used generally to support or explain actions. In this regard, we commend the architects of the Escazú Agreement for their foresight in creating this body as a mechanism to provide oversight and guidance for its implementation, as well as to make judgment on state parties' compliance with its provisions. Your work will provide some measure of assurance that the agreement is being implemented. We also commend members of the committee for their voluntary commitment to the Escazú Agreement's goal and to wider environmental sustainability in Latin America and the Caribbean. You volunteered for and were selected to serve this wider good, which is likely to test your resourcefulness, impartiality, analytical abilities, diplomacy, and communication skills, among others. And we believe that in your ability to meet these challenges. We have had the opportunity to review and comment on the draft working modalities of the committee. And while we would have preferred a different outcome from the consideration for some of our recommendations, we remain committed to the process and look forward to supporting your work. The objective of the Escazú Agreement and the principles on which it is constructed embody fundamental human rights that states have agreed to under the Escazú Agreement, as well as under several other international treaties. The need for the agreement, that is the Escazú Agreement, is arguably the best indicator that those commitments are not being met by state parties at a desired level. And future assessments of the success of the agreement would be measured through an inverse relationship with the number of cases this committee will be called upon to consider. The Escazú Agreement is built on three pillars: access to information, participation in decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. We see the first two as preventative pillars, because to the extent to which their achievement would translate into a commensurate reduction in the need to seek justice in environmental matters. We are of the view that if, in considering justice-related issues, an analysis of preventative measures within the four corners of the Escazú Agreement is communicated in your decisions, the committee can also serve as an unbiased source of guidance to state parties in achieving the agreement's objectives. On the matter of public participation in the functions of the committee, we applaud the committee's intended approach for this to be meaningful, and in particular Section 6B of the working modalities, in which the right of the public to participate in the meetings of the committee is outlined. We urge the committee and the relevant structures supporting its work to give careful consideration to the communication tools and media to be employed to inform the public of the opportunities for this engagement and the media at their disposal to participate. These should be developed and used by considering issues of connectivity and the digital divide, the mobility of those to be engaged, language and literacy considerations, among others. The work of this committee is concerned with implementation and compliance, two concepts that are central to the success of the agreement. Yours is therefore an awful responsibility for which you have volunteered. Our involvement in and the outcome of the selection process assures us of your ability and commitment. We wish to assure you that we, elected members of the public, are ready and willing to support your work, which we'll happily do, bearing in mind that our mandate is to represent the interest of the public in the Escazú process. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for the support that we have always received from the elected representatives of the public, and that we hope to continue working with together. I now recognize Fiona Marshall, whom, as I was said, is the legal officer of the Secretariat for the Committee of Compliance of the Aarhus Convention. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair, committee members, distinguished delegates, and Secretariat. Thank you for inviting me to speak today at this historic moment of the adoption of the working modalities of the Escazú Implementation and Compliance Committee. In my role as Secretary to the Aarhus Convention Compliance Committee, I interact with its working methods on a daily basis. I am thus extremely excited by the adoption of the final version of the Escazú Committee's working modalities and to see the innovative tools and measures it contains. While I think there are many interesting aspects of the working modalities to commend, in the next 5 minutes, I would like to briefly highlight 5 aspects in particular. First, Part 5 of the working modalities addresses advice and support to state parties. This is a particularly exciting and forward-looking feature. First, the committee may decide to prepare general comments on specific subjects under the agreement in the same way as the UN Human Rights Council adopts general comments. Second, any state party may consult the committee on the interpretation of the agreement. And third, elected representatives of the public may also consult the committee on the agreement interpretation. The Aarhus Convention Compliance Committee has developed its advisory role organically over time in response to Aarhus parties' requests. It currently has 3 main channels for advice. First, it can decide to issue a general statement. For example, in September 2020, the committee issued a general statement regarding the application of the Aarhus Convention during the COVID pandemic. Second, in the context of the committee's follow-up on non-compliance, the party concerned can request the committee to provide it with advice on measures it could take to come into compliance. For example, last year, the committee provided advice to the Netherlands on the Convention's requirement for public participation when a public authority reconsiders or updates an activity's operating conditions. Third, a party can make a freestanding request to the committee for advice. For example, in 2022, Ukraine requested the committee to provide advice on the application of the convention during the ongoing military invasion by the Russian Federation. The Aarhus Committee developed its advisory role over time in response to parties' requests. It is therefore exciting for me to see that the modalities of the Escazú Committee provide for this advisory role from the outset. The second aspect of the working modalities I would like to highlight is hearings. The working modalities envisage the possibility of hearings on admissibility and on the merits. The Aarhus Compliance Committee holds an open session on admissibility at which the party, communicant, and any observers are invited to make a brief oral statement and to answer questions from the committee. These open sessions enable the committee to clarify issues regarding admissibility in a transparent, participatory, and real-time way. Later on, the Compliance Committee may also decide to hold a hearing to discuss the substance of the communication. The party, the communicant, and any observers will be invited to participate. While the committee does not hold a hearing on the merits in every case, for example, if the factual and legal issues are very clear, if it does hold a hearing, the hearing on the substance is held in person. The committee has found an in-person hearing on the substance is the most effective way to clarify complex and legal and factual matters. It has also found that an in-person hearing enhances the understanding of all parties regarding the committee's procedure, and increases the good faith engagement of all concerned. The next aspect of the working modalities I would like to highlight is the procedure for the committee's follow-up to final observations, recommendations, and amicable solutions. The follow-up on findings of non-compliance has become an increasingly important part of the Aarhus Committee's work. Its follow-up procedure has developed over time as the committee has adapted its working methods to more effectively assist each party concerned to come into compliance. While the speed at which each party concerned comes into compliance may vary, all 20 parties that are presently subject to follow-up are actively engaged in the committee's follow-up procedure. In sum, its follow-up procedure is a key part of how the Aarhus Compliance Committee contributes to furthering the implementation of the Convention in parties in a practical and measurable way. The fourth aspect I wish to commend is the rapid response mechanism for members of the public who have filed a communication and face attacks, threats, or intimidation. Both Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement and Article 3.8 of the Aarhus Convention contain binding legal obligations to ensure that environmental defenders are not persecuted, penalised, or harassed. The Aarhus Compliance Committee's working methods enable it to prioritise cases as it considers necessary, and also to keep confidential information if disclosure could put any person at risk of harm. However, the Escazú working modalities provide for a number of other innovative measures, including considering admissibility and merits together, shortening the time frame for the state party's response, making recommendations prior to the issuance of final observation, and issuing public statements and press releases. I welcome that the Escazú Committee is able to take these measures on an urgent basis to protect members of the public who have submitted communications and face attack, threat, or intimidation. Finally, I welcome that Part 10 of the modalities make clear that it is a living document, and the committee will continually review it to improve implementation and effectiveness. I also welcome that any proposed provision will be submitted to state parties, elected representatives, and members of the public for their observations. The Aarhus Compliance Committee also keeps its working methods under review to ensure that they are as effective as possible given available resources, while respecting fairness and due process at all times. Any possible changes are discussed in open session at its meetings, with the opportunity for parties and stakeholders to comment. During these sessions, parties and members of the public can also themselves propose ways in which the committee's working methods can be improved. Feedback from parties and members of the public on how the committee's working methods may be made more effective or user-friendly is deeply valued by the Compliance Committee. To close, thank you very much for inviting me to be present for the adoption of the committee's working methods. I believe that the working modalities provide a rich and fertile basis to help the committee to assist Escazú parties implement their obligations under the agreement in a transparent, participatory, and fair way.
Muchas gracias a la señora Marshall por sus comentarios y por el invaluable apoyo que nos dio a lo largo del proceso. Le voy a dar la palabra al señor Javier Mena, representante regional adjunto del Alto Comisionado.
Deputy Secretary for the Human Rights Agency from Welcome. Thank you, Ms. Patricia Magal, for this invitation, and I wish to greet all of the members of the committee to support the implementation and compliance of Escazú. I agree that the parties, human rights defenders, and public at large, it is an honor to attend this third session of the committee to support the implementation and compliance of Escazú held during this COP, which is so important for the promotion and implementation of appropriate regional agreements and to support the parties and the institutionality of that treaty. Here, this session of the committee finds that it's very important to approve the working modalities, and this will also help support the compliance of the treaty, including the interpretation on the meaning and the scope of Escazú. Another landmark is that after the second regular COP, the possibility on that moment was that the committee should receive communications on a party, on itself, comments on itself, on other parties, or on members of the public that may require support, whether that has to do with compliance or non-compliance on the agreement. We believe that this is very important in the region. The threefold crisis in loss of biodiversity, climate change, affect mostly the vulnerable peoples in the region, and that means that we continue depending on human resources and the extraction nature of our societies with the environmental harm, and mainly defenders of human rights or rights for the environment. We know that the defenders are at risk. We commend the work in the construction of Escazú by member states with the participation of civil society, and now with the beginning of the support committee. Escazú is now a light at the end of the tunnel, and I think it's something to be repeated and replicated in the whole world. The High Commission of UN for Human Rights has spoken on the modalities of this committee. We congratulate you on the excellent work conducted. But let me say that the document as built by the committee has at its heart the significant participation of the public in different functions. This involves two aspects. First, the possibility to bring in information to the committee in different instances, such as in the preparation of the report on systemic matters, in general observations on the interpretation of the agreement, in the consultation dialogues with the parties in case of non-compliance of the agreement, and also as related to communication. There's also the possibility of participating in the committee meetings, for example, in the regular meetings between the committee, the parties, and the public hearing whenever there is a situation of non-compliance. So as to leave no one behind, that participation includes measures for people from more vulnerable groups with different needs. For example, differentiated situations to solve different imbalances, or document translation in the hands of the state, or uh, assistance for documentation, communication. In everything that we hold upright, we also wish to encourage the participation of the public, but this should be a sure participation. Undoubtedly, that is one of the most important provisions, protecting members from the public whenever there are risks in view of possible attacks, threats, intimidation, that is entitled the mechanism of fast response. And this is very important. And this follows the mechanism of human rights at UN system, active participation of people and organs for the treaty is essential to ensure its efficiency. But we know about the risks for those who try to collaborate with UN. In order to tackle the reprisals for those who are cooperating with the committee, we must say that the first principle to meet is that no damage be provoked. That is, interventions do not cause damage to those that we wish to protect. And besides, when we look at working modalities, we must keep confidentiality and the informed consent of the victims or alleged victims as according to the modalities. And finally, we must adopt a focus that centers the victim, involving all of the victims at all stages. And in concluding, I congratulate the committee for the excellent work to prepare these modalities, and we do believe that through this we will grant support to the state members so that they may truly protect access to information, participation, and justice in environmental matters. I take advantage now to reaffirm our office's commitment to work towards human rights. Human rights should be at the center and the heart of the discussions, providing priority to the protection of people and the environment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mena. We appreciate your comments and for the support we have received. We also identify support and space for the follow-up of the recommendations from the High Commissioners. This is indeed a cross-cutting kind of work that is conducted throughout all UN agencies. In other matters, yes, I will shortly hand over. But as I was saying, in the working modalities, we can set up communication, as Mr. Menon well said, communications for in compliance, lack of compliance from member states. But there are two functions behind the committee supporting the compliance, and there's the topic of non-compliance. I suggest setting up a working group that would deal with the communications, and this would be set up by Mr. Felix Wing, Guillermo Acuña, and Rita Joseph. And by consensus, then, we set up this working group according to the working modalities. The second proposal is related to setting up a rapporteur system within the committee that would be in charge of the fast response mechanism that is so important for environmental defenders as well as vulnerable groups. We ask Carol Excel to be in charge of that rapporteur. Very well. This is approved unanimously. And we now have a few minutes to hand over. Mr. Wing, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I am very thankful for being appointed as part of this working group together with Maria Guillermo and Guillermo, my colleagues. No, Andre Guillermo. Rita, that would be the third one. That is surely the right one. It's a good thing to have humor in this meeting. Now I ask the floor, since this is the in-presence meeting, we'd have to make some precisions. I'd like to be precise about everybody's role. First of all, this is the meeting to support the compliance of Escazú, and this is a subsidiary organ of the party. Still, it is independent and impartial. And that is how we have set up our working modalities. Secondly, I'd like to clarify that all of those sitting here are attorneys. Some are experts in human, environmental, and international rights, and some are even professors at university. So we are fully aware of the scope of our responsibilities as members of this committee. And we would never try to avoid these responsibilities. I also would like to say that I myself have been head of delegation. I know what is my role as a head of delegation or as a member of delegation. Fourthly, I'd like to also take note that the COP has the authority to amend the text of Escazú, but Article 20 of Escazú is the one that sets the procedure for these amendments. That means that the proposal projects have to be sent 6 months before COP. If they are not sent before 6 months before the COP, they will not be considered. Secondly, here, I'd like to say that COP is sovereign in its decisions amongst all of the competencies that are listed at the COP. These are different from the rules of the functioning of COP that were approved for this committee. Based on these rules, we have set up our working modalities. We cannot avoid them, nor can we do so due to a decision of the COPs. They cannot be adopted except for two-thirds of approval in substantive matters. I wanted to clarify these points. Unfortunately, this must all be clarified because I do believe that perhaps we haven't read enough the rules of procedure or the rules for the functioning of Escazú. So I urge all parties who wish to bring in some kind of communication or who may have consultations and interpretation of the COP, that after the COP, these comments may be submitted in the platforms that will be made available in the next few days, because that is the right way of doing so. We cannot receive ahead of time any kind of consultation on the interpretation of the agreement, nor any kind of communication, not even on itself. And this was already explained ahead of time.
So therefore, we urge you to follow the appropriate procedures, because none of us, believe me, will go over those procedures, and far less the group on accessibility and compliance. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wing, for those clarifications. And so now, briefly, I will recognize Carol Excel to explain the scope of the rapporteurship.
Madam Chair, I'll just speak briefly on some of the ideas on the role of the rapporteur for the rapid response mechanism for environmental human rights defender. Firstly, I want to thank the committee for their charge and their faith in me in taking on this role. I think that the scope of the role will definitely need to be defined in accordance with the Escazú agreement more broadly, but also the committee's working modalities itself, which outline the rapid response mechanism of the communications procedure. I also believe that implementing the working modalities will also interact with the plan for environmental defenders being considered for adoption at this COP. I think it will be really important in cases of risk, attacks, threats, or intimidation for members of the public who have filed communications, for us to consider both adopting measures, as the modalities say, to prioritize their cases, but also consider adequate protection of members of the public. And some early thoughts about what the committee may have to do in this role I will outline below. Under section 43B3 of our modalities, the committee can recommend that the author of the communication have recourse to a national or international protection mechanism or system. And I think one of the first things we will have to focus on in implementing this system is that we are aware of and can participate in assessments of data relating to the violation of the rights of environmental human rights defenders and the working of these protection mechanisms. We will need to understand where there are early warning systems and protocols at national and subnational levels, but also by regional and international systems. If no protection mechanisms exist at the national level, we definitely have to understand international and regional mechanisms that could support defenders. We will also need to understand the effectiveness of some of these mechanisms at the national level so that we can make recommendations to the author of communications. Secondly, the modalities also require the committee to recommend in advance that the state party concerned can take specific measures to protect members of the public at risk and their immediate family members before it issues its final observations. In assessing the measures to be taken, the committee will have to understand the particular conditions of the affected persons and their families, ensuring that the measures cause no harm and adopt an intersectional, intercultural, and gender-based approach. For us in the committee, that means we have to understand best practices in assessing risks and making recommendations that can cause no harm. And I believe this will be one of the highest priorities in my role as rapporteur, for us to understand that so that we can ensure that we take into consider not just any impact on the defender's life, but their community and their family members. The committee will have to build its capacity in risk assessments as part of this mandate. Finally, the working modalities allow the committee to inform the presiding officers, national focal points designated by parties, state parties of the agreement, United Nations country teams, funds and programs, national protective services of the situation of risk. This section will require the committee to map the existence of organizations that take such action when the public is at risk. So the action plan on environmental defenders speaks to the development of systems of cooperation and coordination at the national and regional levels. And I believe the committee will have to be involved in discussions of collaboration and coordination. I will note further that mappings in Latin America and the Caribbean are likely to be different because there are different levels of threats and risks. And the situation in many Caribbean countries will require, for the first time in many cases, for these assessments and mappings to be done. The committee, therefore, working with ECLAC, has to be part of coordination and collaboration, have contacts and relationships to be able to rapidly reach out to these bodies and inform them of communications and their risk. These are just some of my early thoughts, but I'm looking forward to consult with many members of the public and state parties, environmental defenders, and vulnerable groups in defining what this role looks like over the next year. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Definitivamente es un tema para desarrollar de suma importancia. Tenemos 10 minutos más de
have another 10 minutes interpretation service and use of the hall, because as you know, the opening ceremony is at 12 noon, so we must leave this room in 10 minutes. There are colleagues who are raising their hand. The floor is yours. Hello, we wanted to greet you on behalf of the Amazon people. To all authorities and dignitaries of different countries present here, receive our cordial welcome from COICA, representing 9 Amazon countries and in partnership with Central America. And here I would now like to request the determination of mechanisms for participation and communication that are effective with indigenous people, that our participation not be restricted using virtual space, respecting our culture, ancestral knowledge, and our autonomy. We are asking for a rapporteurship for the indigenous people as well as the Aarhus Convention. And there, in this space, I would like to express our gratitude to the Compliance Committee for knowing us. We are here, all indigenous people from different countries, and what we need is to be heard. Thank you for having given us this time to hear our voices. And I would like to thank all Amazon brothers from different countries that day to day defend the territory and the environment. And I would like to end by saying, in my language,
Untuk tahom, Vishakam Avunire, Nunyo San Siame, Savanta Hui, Ishantuka Mamito San Hui, Tana Tumin Kubanim. Sequashat. Gracias.
thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Koika, for your intervention. We have had some prior meetings with you to hear of your proposals in the measure that the conditions allow. We'll attempt to respond in the most appropriate manner possible to thee. The gentleman here directly in front and then here to my right. Madam Chair, good morning. My name is Beltran Sandwititui, and we're part of La Coica, the 9 Amazon people. We are from the indigenous population. I am Quechua, and I would like to greet you in my language, but but you will not understand. So I will speak in Spanish. Our sister has every right to share her opinion as indigenous people because we are not part of this working group at Escazú. Without the indigenous population, there would be no Escazú. Without the indigenous population, there would be no life. Because indigenous people, we are being vulnerated in our rights, and we have more than 30 people in the Peruvian Amazon and who are being killed on account of defending the environment. So we say we need a live and effective space in this work to save the whole world. And that is our request as indigenous person, that you should integrate us to the Escazú working group. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Maria Jose Laguartino, and I will speak on behalf of the Latin American and Caribbean Ecofeminist Network, comprised by women from original peoples, Afro-descendants, and academics, geographers, and many of us lawyers, defenders of human rights, and defenders of the rights of nature. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for your work and thank you for your commitment. In the Latin American and Caribbean civil society and feminism, we have many expectations regarding what this initial committee will do in the defense of our rights, ratifying our will that it be a totally independent body, same as other agencies of the international human rights system. And of course, with the emphasis on the gender perspective be present in the work of the committee, picking up the banners of what we have worked on at international level, the CCW recommendations, and of the Inter-American Court in this regard, and the Buenos Aires commitment that for us is of the highest standard at the time in terms of recommendations in the region. And of course, emphasizing on the specificities of violence against women, defenders in the territorial level. You know very well that we have many situations that represent cases of torture, hate crimes against women and the community. So we have many expectations regarding the work of this committee. We thank you, we commit to it, and I hope that as soon as possible we may have the forms and procedures as urgent actions cannot wait. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And we thank you for being here today. These modalities, once adopted, will soon be in the documents of the COP. Let's recall that the inauguration is at 12 noon on the second floor room. So as such, So with this, we end the session of the committee. However, I believe that the Secretariat has an announcement. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank you, Patricia Madrigal, Chair of the Support Committee, and Vice President, Chair, and distinguished members of the committee, as well as the High Commissioner, and of the Legal Office of the Secretariat of the Aarhus Convention Agreement, members of the public. Thank you all very much. At the Secretariat, we greet you and thank you for the work carried out by the committee. And as Patricia has well said, this will soon be published in the website, these modalities adopted. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos. Vamos a comenzar la reunión de los jefes y jefas de delegación. Les agradecemos a las personas que no sean jefes o jefas de delegación.
Very well. We thank those of you who are Please be seated. We're pleased to begin the inaugural ceremony at the third meeting of the parties to the Escazú agreement. We are accompanied here by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Gabriel Boric, the Javier Medina, the Assistant Secretary, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and Nicole Latude, elected representative of the public of Trinidad and Tobago, and José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. I reiterate our welcome to all of you to ECLAC, and first of all, we will be addressed by the President of the Republic of Chile, Mr. Gabriel Boric. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor, and I feel proud to be here with you and welcome you to our homeland, Chile. We are very pleased with your presence and to be part of this space for discussion and also realization. And of course, greet everyone who advocate environmental democracy, especially the fervent defenders of human rights in environmental matters in the region, mostly women, and who honor us today with their presence. At one of perhaps is the most serious challenge that we have to date, facing the crisis that we ourselves as humanity have caused, the climate crisis. And I would like to thank everyone who's made it possible to hold this event, and where we hope we will be able to move ahead in concrete actions according to the Escazú agreements and a plan to protect people, groups, and organizations that promote and fight for the protection of the environment on our Earth. We are part of one same ecosystem. When I think of these things, I recall a poem by John Donne, for who the bells toll, and who said something like, I'm going to paraphrase because this is not textual. When someone suffers on the other side of the road, I too suffer. And if a cliff in a European archipelago collapses, I too collapse. And that is why do not wonder for who the bells toll. The bells are tolling for you. That notion that we are part of a humanity and nature of one same system, one same ecosystem is tremendously important and is what inspires this meeting. When the Amazon burns and when desertification spreads in our homeland, when we have fires in Australia or oil pollution in the Gulf, the pain must be of each one of us, regardless of our national borders. And that is why activism, reporting, but also proposals and solutions are essential, and protecting those who do just that, who often face great interests, powerful in terms of money, but sometimes not very ethical. This is very relevant. We must defend those who defend life. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, we know we have a sad record of being the region where they most murdered environmental defenders. And in our homeland, we would like to contribute to turning around this trend. And that is why, almost 2 years ago, together with Ecuador and St. Kitts and Nevis, they need to have proposed an action plan for environmental defenders that we're hoping will pass at this conference. I remember that in 2021, we took on the commitment to, as a party, be part of the Escazú agreement. And this is one of the first things that we did as government. We came into office on March 11, 2022, and I think that by late March we were signing the agreement at La Moneda. And this responsibility, the plan of action for environmental defenders, we're hoping that will be adopted at this conference. All state parties took part, and also various organizations, people, and those who promote and defend the environment. And we believe, we are convinced this action plan will allow us to better learn of the role of environmental defenders, their rights, realities, and based on that, publicly recognize their work, make it more visible, highlighting the relevance and support among states to defend those who defend life. And this, I insist, is relevant because these topics around the world recognize no borders. We've seen it recently with the pandemic. We've seen it with the migratory phenomenon. We've also seen it with the climate crisis. And that is why this multilaterality, this cooperation of different countries within the sphere of the UN is very relevant and also is part of our foreign policy as a country and also whom you represent. I am glad to say that last April the 15th, our Council of Ministers for Sustainability and Climate Change, led by our Minister and recognized scientist, Maisa Rojas, the National Plan for Participatory Implementation of the Escazú Agreement. And this includes 56 general actions and 236 specific measures to be carried out between now and 2030, proposing, for example, improvements to access to information, including girls and boys. That recently there was an opinion poll in Chile that, saying that the main concern of girls, boys, and young people was precisely the environment. And this has to do, of course, with the future of the planet that we will be leaving to them. I often travel and children come to me and they give me letters, girls and boys as well. And I would say most of these letters have to do with respect and caring for the environment. They also mention pensions of their grandparents. They also mention the need to have spaces to play and sports grounds. But the environment is always present, and as the government, we should care for the environment. One of the things that was very emblematic was a cypress tree in Magellan. And often children give us drawings of different variations of this tree. That's a good symbol of what we have come here to defend. And this plan also proposes early participation for policies, actions, civil society, and the state regarding access right and environmental tools, and also the implementation of the first protocol in Chile on people who are defenders of human rights, and that seeks that these defenders may be able to work in a safe setting. And this requires a cooperation among organizations. And I'm very proud that in this process, led by the Ministry of the Environment, more than 1,700 people took part around the country, with activities in the regions, the local communities, and of course, very vulnerable groups, which included land affected by pollution, such as Quintero, but also other places that are very remote, where sometimes the state is felt as absent, but we, on this occasion, were present. Rutre, Punta Arenas, Puerto Williams, among others, and where workshops with cultural relevance were carried out, as well as encounters with girls, boys, and adolescents. This was focused on the implementation, being with them. The communities were no longer times when there was a sort of illustrated despotism, everything for the people but without the people. We know that public policies that are appropriated by people that they feel of their own are the best implemented ones. My dear friends, today whose most suffer the impacts of the treble planet crisis, environmental crises, lack of biodiversity, are often those furthest away from decision making. That's why we're convinced that Escazú is an opportunity to move ahead in access to information, to have a greater public participation, to have a better coordination between the state and civil society. Civil society is an essential part of democracy and must have air, space for participation. People must have the opportunity to criticize those of us who are governing. And those who are governing must constructively face this criticism, not defensively. It is essential also to build a better society, better cohesion. And that is why we believe that this will allow us to strengthen our democracy. Our democracies, we know, are threatened by different fronts. And so, therefore, every action that allows us to strengthen the state is going along the right track. Defending the right of people to live in a safe environment is a cause which should convene us all, and where everyone may join behind this goal, because this on this depends that we can enjoy other rights, life, health, food, and not being forcefully displaced. During these crises that we experience, we see the socioeconomic inequalities, gender inequalities, and age inequalities. And so, therefore, facing them is an act of justice that cannot be merely something given to the environmental defenders. This must be a policy of state. And that is why I'm glad that today we're here with different people, the Controller General of the Republic, our Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Justice, and also represented is the Senate, with the Senator Valverde and the lower chamber with Deputy Felix Gonzalez and the Secretary Elaine Bolaño, as well as our Minister Maisa Roca, who I already mentioned. I wish you great success to everyone here for this third Conference of the Parties of the Escazú Agreement. The conference is the environmental treaty that we have as sister states, Latin America and the Caribbean, our great homeland. This is in the favor of those who defend the environment, and that is why I know that this is a meeting that is being seen with great hope, and that if we do things right, it could be an example of cooperation among people and a concrete, tangible proof of the benefits of multilateralism. I hope that this is an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment and the proper implementation of the instrument and continue to build a prosperous future, a fairer future, more equitable future for our people. Thank you very much, and a warm embrace from our homeland, Chile.
Muchas gracias al
Thank you, President Gabriel Boric. President, are you leaving or yes? No, I can be with you a while longer. Very well, thank you so much. I now hand over to the ECLAC Deputy, Mr. Medina, Deputy Executive Secretary from ECLAC. President of the Republic of Chile, Your Excellency Gabriel Boric Font. I'd like to thank you and the Republic of Chile for hosting us in this extraordinary country and for leading this country in matters related to Escazú. I also greet the General Controller of the Republic, Ms. Perez, the Ministers of Justice, Luis Cordero, from Agriculture, Mr. Esteban Valenzuela, Minister of the Environment from Chile, Ms. Maisa Rojas, Senators Aona, Ricardo Lagos Weber, Congressman Felix Gonzalez, the Superintendent of the Environment, Ms. Marie Claire Gumer, the Director of Environmental Services, Ms. Valentina Duran, and other distinguished personalities from Chile, Mr. Marcelo Busillos, the chair of the table related to Escazú, who will be in charge of the work in this event. I thank you all and I thank the Republic of Uruguay for leading this together with Mexico, St. Lucia, and Barbuda, and all following the agreement of Uruguay. I also would like to thank Mr. Busillos, who on his birthday has decided to join us here. So that is a wonderful, wonderful news. Ms. Nicola Yuto, elected representative from the public that I recognize, and the representatives Cesar Bastillas, Michael Kaufman, Joara Marticine, Irene Murillo, and Vishnu Tusi for their relentless work for a fruitful dialogue between the parties and the public, promoting the participation at the organs of the agreement. You, the public, are indeed an essential piece for quality event for this third COP.
Gracias.
Thank you. The distinguished authorities, ambassadors, delegates, colleagues from the UN system, international organizations, ECLAC colleagues, Carlos Vitriel, Luis Yáñez, who has done an excellent work in this organization, friends. On behalf of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean and its Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Chirinac, it's an honor to welcome you to your home at the third meeting of the Conference of the Parties of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, Access to Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, that are known as Escazú Agreement. ECLAC is secretary to that agreement. It is very important to talk about the relevance of this event. We must recognize the work of all of you present and those who are on virtual means for what has been achieved and with the opportunity to build this dream in the region, the dream of a more sustainable development that is based on dialogue, a result of a regional cooperation and a future view whereby prosperity for all, democracy, the insurance of human rights and the care of Mother Earth go hand in hand. As was said last week in the opening of the 7th Forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development, the General Vice President of UN, Ms. Mohamed, mentioned the leadership to the region, whereby in the midst of the world turbulences have led intergovernmental processes. Antigua and Barbuda with the Conference of the Small Island Developing States, Chile chairing the Economic and Social Council of ECOSOC, Trinidad and Tobago chairing the assembly period session of UN. And now we are also celebrating the Mother Earth celebration led by Ms. Munahed. Colombia is organizing in this year COP16 of the Biological Diversity Conference, in Brazil that will do so in Belém do Pará with the COP30 of the Framework Convention on Climate Change. It's world leadership in facing this crisis. Loss of biodiversity and climate change has never been so needed. In 2012, in the Rio Plus 20 conference, 10 countries started with this process that has ended up in this first environmental agreement for the region. Most of us here never thought we would do something like that when in 1218, 6 years ago, in Costa Rica at the meeting of Escazú, we also thought about all of the challenges ahead. And in this long venue, the work that was needed for Escazú would come true. The meeting today for 3 days will gather authorities, experts, members from civil society, and others. A report from the Secretariat of the presiding officers in having to do with compliance will be submitted, as well as the roadmap for national implementation. We will submit the action plan on human rights defenders in environmental matters that was prepared with participation under the leadership of the ad hoc group coordinated by Chile, Ecuador, St. Kitts, and Nevis. And likewise, we will deal with different issues related with environmental information, public participation for environmental evaluation, access to justice, and streamlining gender. We will hold a fourth session of the Support Committee to Implementation and Compliance. We will also hold about 30 parallel events with virtual means. The time has come then to reflect on the current and future challenges of this process. Indeed, the first challenge is to get all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean become party, as you have invited us to do. So far, Escazú has been composed by 24 countries in the region and 15 state parties, which are Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Belize, Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, Grenada, Guyana, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, and Uruguay. In an agreement based on cooperation looking for common rights for all citizens, reinforcing shared values of our countries. We still have many countries to come to this group. The ratification of Chile was one of the high points of your government. Belize and Grenada joined in 23. And I urge the other countries in the region to follow these steps. We now are proud to say that Dominica is joining the agreement. And even though they are not present today, we still celebrate their ratification. I thank you for this applause, because we are now with a virtual audience. Mr. President, the big challenge is to go forward in the implementation of the content of this agreement. The key word is implementation. For more access to social justice and to protect the environment, we need to get citizens, people, and vulnerable groups may have at hand the procedures that will allow us to exercise rights in access, participation, and justice in environmental matters. Many countries are now going forward in the national implementation, and at this COP, we will go forward in a decision to that respect, but many plans will be submitted. President Boric, Chile is one of these countries. Implementing means valuing the development achieved and also looking at what can be improved by state parties, both in the internal regulation and practices, in order to meet Escazú agreement. We have to identify the public entities that are in charge of their execution and how this will be related to civil society, academia, private sector, indigenous people, local communities, and other players that will be joined in facing this challenge. We must dialogue with many players on plans, goals, activities, and collaborate among all parties. Escazú is, before anything else, the strengthening of capacity and cooperation. At ECLAC, we fully believe that in order to overcome the low growth trap and the inequality in the region, we must go through more sustainable development. We must, to do that, get the 130 million poor persons in the region. We must strengthen the capacity of our states. Experience shows that it's not enough to have a list of goals and aspirations without clear strategies and resources to bring in that change. If the institutions do not have the technical, operational, political, foresight, capabilities to push forward the necessary transition and the changes, we won't be successful. Managing social dialogue, having that in mind, that is now shared by all, as well as the preparation of change policies, will certainly lead to the identification of Escazú as a tool belonging to this region that we must use. The third challenge, Mr. President, is that we are living in the most dangerous region in the globe for people who defend the environment. As you yourself said, that is a contradicting fact. We are very vulnerable to climate change, and our sustainable development depends on managing our natural heritage. Caring for those who care for us. Caring for an environment means caring for ourselves, ensuring our capability to develop. COP, this COP number 3 will deal with Article number 9, that is the protection of the environmental defenders. After 3 years of negotiation, 2 regional fora, many consultations and meetings of the ad hoc working group or open groups on the defenders of human rights and environmental issues, we now have an action plan, thanks to the work from Chile, Ecuador, St. Kitts, and Nevis. We believe that after these 3 days, we will celebrate a decision approving that. I also wish to emphasize the voluntary work of the 7 members of the Support Committee to Implementation and Compliance. The oath was submitted in August at ECLAC after being chosen at the second COP in Argentina. We count on your experience to support the implementation of this agreement in tackling this difficult task. Finally, Mr. President, I wish to face this Escazú with the challenge of speeding up the rhythm towards a meeting 2030 agenda during times when mankind has its future at stake. Last week, we had the 7th Fora of the region on sustainable development, but only 22% of the goals have been met. Having in mind 2030 agenda, only 22% of the goals are met at the correct pace. The others right now are not facing that track. That means that we should all redouble efforts. We last week analyzed with more than 700 attendants here, public, private sector, academia, social society, SDG 13, that has to do with action for the climate, and number 16, that has to do with solid institution, number 17, that has to do with partnerships. All of these goals are related to Escazú. To give you an example, in the urgent climate change challenge, the agreement talks about the environmental information for decision making. It has to do with early warning systems, education, transparency, and institutional strengthening. In talking about SDG 16, you have in mind violence and strict access to justice, we offer justice, open government, transparency. Mr. President, the agreement is also an example of partnerships towards action. Next September, at the Summit of the Future that will be held in New York, UN, we have heard that this is going to be entitled Multilateral Solutions for a Better Tomorrow. I am sure that everyone here may feel identified with that endeavor. We should all promote bold action for a more productive, inclusive, sustainable future for the region. As we have already insisted, for us, the key word is implementation. And this implementation at UN means that we are striving for a transformation that we call 2.0. And that has to do with foresight, innovation, data, digital transformation, behavioral science endeavors. And these 5 skills, capacities should be also part of the implementation of this agreement. And I will finalize my words wishing you all fruitful, positive meetings these 3 days, so that at the end we will feel satisfied in pushing ahead with firmness, so that all individuals in the region will have a better future. We should work now in collaboration, relentless, all of each of us in this task, which is nothing but striving for the utmost kind of existence. Thank you for your attention.
Agradecemos.
We thank the Assistant Secretary, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and now we will be addressed by Marcelo Cousillas, who is chair of the Conference of the Parties from Uruguay. President Gabriel Boric, ministers, vice ministers who are with us from the state parties, and members of the delegations of state parties and signatories. Assistant Executive Secretary ECLAC, thank you very much for your words. Representatives of the UN agencies and other international agencies who are also with us here today. Elected representatives of the public, to whom we owe so much. Defenders of human rights and of the environment, and who are in this room and others at the same building, overflowing our facilities. Guests, friends from Latin America and the Caribbean, present in presence and online. As chair of the steering committee, Uruguay welcomes you to this third COP of the Escazú agreement. It is for me a pleasure to welcome you and an honor to be part of this inaugural session with this voice that rises from the global south and is our voice, a multiple voice, diverse voice, full of colors and shades, united in defense of the environment. Allow me, Chair, to begin by, Mr. President, by referring to yourself and your country, because we would like to thank Chile that once again should welcome us here at our home with the warmth and the charm of Chilean people. But also we would like to thank you personally. 2 years ago, we were also flattered by your presence at the same room. You sat over there and took part in the opening of this same first conference of the parties of the Escazú Agreement as the president of an observer country, of a country that was not party to the treaty, and you committed to soon ratify the agreement. Well, your government, the Chilean Congress, with the support of Chilean civil society, came through. And today we welcome the president of one of the 16 states party to the Escazú Agreement. Thank you for that. And I'm making no mistake in counting. And I say 16 state parties because in Buenos Aires we welcome Chile at the COP2. Today we can welcome the community of Dominica with their parties, springs, cascades, lakes, and the diversity of their people today also join the Escazú Agreement. As you well know, the agreement is young. Subscribed in 2018, it came into force on another day, just like this one, yet another day on Earth, another of my birthdays, on April the 22nd, 2021, barely 3 years ago. Despite the little time passed A lot has happened. A lot we have achieved. At the first meeting of the Conference of the Parties, essential decisions were made right here to make the agreement operational. Rules of procedure, composition and makeup of the committee as the subsidiary body, and establish the working group on the defenders of human rights in environmental matters. At the second COP meeting, held in Buenos Aires last year, the committee took up with 7 men and women, independent and representative of our region, always with the significant support by the public. And at this third COP meeting, we're hoping to approve an action plan for the defenders of human rights, because that group, formed by Chile, Ecuador, and St. Kitts and Nevis, bore fruit. And now we have a very ambitious plan that is also realistic to be executed in the region with a 6-year horizon until the year 2030. And this means that this third COP may be yet another milestone for the agreement, known as a Treaty on the Rights to Access to Information, Participation and Justice. In reality, the Escazú Agreement has 4 essential pillars. 3, access rights, and the 4th is the protection of the defenders. Unfortunately, over the last decade, almost 2,000 people, 2,000 defenders of the environment were murdered worldwide. This figure is arguable, relative. Is it real? Surely it is more. And in the region, we have the terrible dishonor that 3 of every 4 murders occur in one of our countries. To resolve this, to give this 4th pillar the place it deserves, what we need is to have a work guideline indicating the paths and goals to meet that task. And hopefully we can end this meeting with another outlook for the defenders of the environment, for our cities, and ultimately for all of us. Mr. President, my friends, more or less 5 decades ago, about 50 Uruguayans who were coming to this city, coming from Montevideo, for a sports event. Destiny did not want them to arrive, because the craft that was bringing them crashed over the Andes in what is known as the tragedy of the Andes, or the miracle of the Andes. A miracle because 16 survivors were able to go back, 16 out of 49. After 72 years of abandon in the high mountains, after facing extreme cold, the lack of food and water, the impossibility of lighting a fire, scaling 4,000 meters without equipment nor training, and traveling on foot in the worst possible conditions, over 50 kilometers. Pablo Viersi says that those survivors are the result of a different society, and that abandoned comfort, prejudice, and meanness of the flat society. Facing a catastrophic situation, and contrary to what could have been thought, human wildness did not make its presence, nor whoever can be saved. But it was the fraternal and solidarity spirit that flourished, because everyone's salvation was the salvation of each one. An exit was possible only if it was collective, if the group was able to survive. Surviving among all, that is what Pablo Bierzi called the Society of the Snow, and that Jose Barzona put on film. In the environmental crisis that we find ourselves today, we are living our own catastrophe as humanity. We have our own mountain. And we will only overcome this if we follow those same strategies: solidarity, fraternity, and where no one is left behind, and where information, participation, justice be a reality, and environmental democracy may be concrete and visible. Hopefully, the Escazú Agreement be not part of that flat, and hopefully it elevates us to become the Society of the Snow. Thank you.
Agradecemos a
We thank you, Marcelo Busillo, chairman of the Conference of the Parties. We now bid farewell to the President of the Republic, because his team has already said that, yes, it's time to leave this meeting. Well, as you all know, the importance of the public in Escazú Agreement. Without further ado, I give the floor to Nicole Lota.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues, and happy Earth Day and happy birthday. Special greetings to the President of the Republic of Chile, the Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, presiding officers, and all delegations of parties to the Escazú Agreement, our wonderful members of the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance, other governments from the region, international and regional agencies and development partners and supporters, and best of all of our colleagues representing the tremendous diversity and power of the public across Latin America and the Caribbean, with special welcome to all environmental defenders. On behalf of the public across Latin America and the Caribbean, we are happy to report that there continues to be very high interest and active engagement in the Escazú Agreement and its processes, and this interest and engagement continues to grow. This includes active engagement in several pre-COP meetings held by various groups of the public, with important declarations issued outlining their priorities and recommendations. We urge parties and all stakeholders to seriously consider these important inputs made by indigenous peoples, youth, gender diverse communities, and civil society across the region. Their recommendations include that the full diversity of environmental defenders and their rights needs to be recognized and defined. The action plan on environmental defenders needs to be a minimum standard, and the aim should be for continuous improvement and strengthening as we implement and learn together. We must continue and strengthen the Forum on Human Rights Defenders in Environmental Matters. There should be an Indigenous caucus as a space for Indigenous defenders integrated into the framework of the COP, which has technical and financial support for its operation. There should be more spaces in which the voices of youth are heard and integrated into the negotiation process. There should be more spaces designed to amplify the capacities of youth to effectively engage and push forward the Escazú Agreement. Adopting and implementing the Gender Action Plan is a key step towards full and effective engagement of women and gender diverse communities in all mechanisms of the Escazú Agreement, but this work will need to continue to be strengthened during implementation. We need to ensure implementation of the Escazú Agreement and its principles in key processes related to climate change and the ecological crisis to strengthen environmental democracy and deliver intersectional justice and equity for people of Latin America and the Caribbean, recognizing and embracing our differences in race, gender, sexuality, ableness, religion, class, and more. We need to work collectively to advocate for universal recognition of the right to a healthy, safe, and sustainable environment across the region and globally as a universal human right, which is reflected in national constitutions and implemented via national laws and global treaties and agreements. Regarding the action plan on human rights defenders in environmental matters, which we very much look forward to adoption at this meeting. We know that the public was very actively engaged in reviewing and submitting input on early drafts, including via the Forum on Human Rights Defenders in Environmental Matters held in Panama in September last year. However, the public has not been able to submit comments on the final version of the proposed action plan presented to this COP. Therefore, the public urges that we need the strongest plan possible adopted at this meeting, including considering areas for strengthening such as countries generating data for the regional diagnostic, which will help guide effective implementation, and that the important work of environmental defenders is fully understood and recognized, and we work proactively to reduce and prevent threats to environmental defenders. That the law is not abused and used to criminalize environmental defenders. The plan needs to be clear on responsibilities for implementation, the actions in the plan, and that there's a strong mechanism for review, monitoring, and follow-up with full participation of the public and special support for participation of the full diversity of environmental defenders. Further, given the serious violence faced by environmental defenders across Latin America and the Caribbean, it is imperative that at this meeting we adopt this action plan on human rights defenders in environmental matters and commit to immediate implementation. Implementation will need resources allocated to the voluntary fund, and the public urges parties and all development partners to contribute and support this implementation. Implementation must be done in partnership with the public and the full diversity of environmental defenders. Environmental defenders from across the region also need support for them to be able to engage actively and effectively in implementation. It's not just the parties that will need support. We congratulate countries such as Chile, which have made progress in developing their national implementation plans. We encourage all countries to prioritize this and work in partnership with the public to ensure that the mechanisms developed are appropriate and effective, and that resources and capacity building are provided to the public to support them to effectively use the mechanisms that are developed. Finally, in our role supporting and facilitating effective engagement of the public in mechanisms of the Escazú Agreement, the representatives of the public stand ready to assist with facilitating engagement of the public with the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance, especially engagement of key groups such as indigenous peoples, youth, gender diverse communities, local communities in sacrifice zones, and all other marginalized and vulnerable groups. We look forward to meaningful collaboration and effective engagement of the public in discussions at this COP3. Thank you all very much, and we look forward to a wonderful time together.
Muchas gracias a la representante del público. Damos por concluida esta ceremonia de inauguración Invitamos a todo el mundo a una recepción ofrecida por el Gobierno de Chile en la explanada de la CEPAL, en el primer piso, y pedimos que nos despejen para poder ayudar a la salida del presidente. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your attention, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon session, which has been held in recognition of International Mother Earth Day. This afternoon, I have a distinguished panel, 5 panelists, and before I introduce them, I want you to know what we're having is a roundtable discussion. I will ask all our panelists one question, and then I will follow up with a specific question related to their specific area. Now, before I introduce our panelists, I want to say we express gratitude to the government of Chile and the president for that wonderful cocktail. I'm sure we enjoyed everything. Now, as we know, International Earth Day is the 22nd of April, which is today. And this day was decided upon through a resolution adopted in 2009 by the United Nations General Assembly. The day is supposed to recognize the Earth and its ecosystems as humanity's common home and the need to protect the Earth to enhance people's livelihood and counteract climate change and stop the collapse of biodiversity and our ecosystems. Climate change, man-made changes to nature, as well as crimes that disrupt biodiversity, such as deforestation, intensified agriculture and livestock production, illegal wildlife trade, accelerate the speed of destruction of our planet. And our oceans are being negatively impacted with the warming of the ocean, acidification, the bleaching of corals. Every which way we look, our Earth is in peril, based basically on the actions of human beings. So Mother Earth Day is clearly a call for action and need to shift to a more sustainable economy that works not just for people, but for the planet and for our future generations. We hear how the youth voice is very important, but we need to make sure we preserve the planet by using it in a sustainable manner for future generations. So in recognition of this day, we will analyze how the Escazú Agreement can contribute to the protection of Mother Earth. As I said, we have a roundtable discussion with different persons from the region, and I will now introduce our panelists. We have 5 panelists this afternoon. We have Mr. Joel Hernandez, who's the Undersecretary of Mexico for Multilateralism Affairs and Human Rights. Mr. Hernandez, could you indicate who you are, please? This is Mr. Hernandez. Thank you. The next person we have is Miss Anita Montud. She's a permanent secretary in the Department of Sustainable Development in the Caribbean island of St. Lucia. We also have Mr. Paulo Pacheco, who is the Ambassador of Brazil for Chile. We have Ms. Mercedes Monzon, who is a Member of Parliament in Guatemala. And to the right of me, we have Judith Nanta, who is a Shibibo Conibo indigenous leader. She's head of the Indigenous Women's Program in Peru. Now, the first question I'll put to the panel, and I'll start with Mr. Hernandez, is, from your perspective, how can the Escazú Agreement contribute to the care of Mother Earth? Now, this is a question that I'll put to all of them. So, Mr. Hernandez, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Hyman, for that introduction. It is an honor for me personally and for the delegation of Mexico to be part of this roundtable in commemoration of International Earth Day. I'd like to begin by indicating the relevance that we attribute to this commemoration of International Earth Day today, April 22nd, and as after being declared by the UN Assembly. And It coincides with the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement and the first COP meeting at this date with the third conference of the parties. On the way towards climate justice, have full awareness between this connection between protection of the environment and Mother Earth. It is our indigenous people who have reminded us of this link, that tie between humanity and Mother Earth. It is part of the cosmogony of our indigenous people, and it reminds us every day of moving towards sustainable development with coupled to the earth. And so we celebrate this commemoration. The question you ask is very important at the very heart of the Escazú Agreement. The underlying question is, how can the Escazú Agreement help all states, the party to the agreement, to achieve greater cooperation and agreement? I would like to answer the question based on outcomes. What would I like to see in my country with the full implementation of the Escazú Agreement? And we would very much like to see in Mexico that everyone may learn of what our authorities are doing to care for the surroundings or the implications of their work on that surrounding. Second, we would like to have an Escazú agreement that is fully implemented so that the voice of any person interested in environmental matters may be taken into account, and that voice, in turn, may guide public policy and actions related to the administration of our resources. And third, we would like to have a fully implemented Escazú agreement so that the defenders of human rights, the defenders of the environment may enjoy their right to defend rights. Precisely, it is ensuring the full respect of this right by authorities so that all environmental defenders may receive equitable treatment, due process, and the absolute satisfaction of all their needs in order to carry out their work. I would like to see an Escazú agreement fully implemented so that there may be no threat for the defenders of human rights or defenders of the environment. And in the case of any threat, any attack against these defenders, they be investigated and those responsible be taken to justice. And that is how we imagine in Mexico the full implementation of the Escazú Agreement. Now, of course, the path is long, and the COP allows us a first stage to carry out that purpose. COP is very important because we will adopt a plan in favor of the defenders of the environment. And so therefore, Escazú provides us with not only the conceptual and legal framework for collective action, but also allows cooperation among state parties and international agencies, the United Nations, UNEP, ECLAC, UNDP, to receive necessary contribution. And so this is the best space for cooperation among all parties. And with this, I conclude. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that response, Mr. Hernandez. And I'll put the same question to Ms. Montu. Ms. Montu, the same question. From your perspective, how can the Escazú Agreement contribute to the care of Mother Earth? Thank you.
Thank you. Is it on? It's on? Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Ms. Maureen Pym, Parliamentary Secretary for Justice and Legal Affairs, Antigua and Barbuda. Protocol having been established, I want to recognize the officials from the ECLAC, Escazú Secretariat, distinguished delegates from the member state parties of the Escazú Agreement across the Latin America and the Caribbean, international organizations, human rights defenders, indigenous persons, groups and local communities, women, youth, other invited persons, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, depending on where you are in the world following us on the live stream. First of all, let me wish all of us a wonderful Mother Earth Day and to say how timely and significantly wonderful it is to be celebrating the third COP of Escazú Agreement today. Now to the question. The Escazú Agreement is a landmark, first legally binding environmental regional treaty to explicitly integrate human rights with environmental matters. Forged under the auspices of Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, by the people of LAC region for its own people, the agreement is a progressive medium to pay homage to Mother Earth and all wonderful blessings she has bestowed upon us. Through this agreement, our region can demonstrate to the world that we are committed to protecting the planet and its people, flora and fauna. As the first treaty in the world which contains explicit provision for the protection, promotion, and security of human rights defenders in environmental matters, it highlights our resolve to celebrate those who defend Mother Earth and in so doing care for our lives and that of future generations. The 5 main components of the Escazú Agreement are access to information, public participation, access to justice, cooperation, and capacity building in environmental matters. Through these tools, the agreement ensures that natural resources that Mother Earth provides, like bauxite, copper, gold, biodiversity, etc., are understood and cherished, used properly in a manner that enhances sustainably the lives of its citizens, especially the most vulnerable, and further the establishment of nature-based solutions which care for the health of Mother Earth. It has demonstrated that it can address the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda of reducing poverty, hunger worldwide, achieving gender equality, ensuring clean water and sanitation, etc., tackling the triple crisis of climate change, pollution, especially harmful plastic pollution, and biodiversity and land degradation, by strengthening the means of implementation and revitalizing the regional and global partnership to keep Mother Earth alive. We are slowly building back better from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, and the Escazú Agreement allow for the strengthening of the environmental rule of law and bolster participatory democracy. It also helps to take care of Mother Earth by promoting and maintaining peace, preventing and solving conflict across regions. The Escazú Agreement places great emphasis on strengthening capacity building and the creation and maintenance of cooperation and partnership between our region across other regions that sees us working together, learning from each other, supporting each other, and creating a new type of open governance that espouses accountability, transparency, and sharing of information. St. Lucia is proud to join with other countries like Vanuatu to seek an advisory opinion on climate change and the obligations of member states under the MEAs and the consequences of breaches of these obligations in respect of vulnerable persons to present to the present and future generation. We are equally proud that since 2015, we have embarked on a process of open governance, all aimed at caring for our dear Mother Earth, its people, flora, and fauna. So today, let us congratulate ourselves that we have successfully put the necessary structures for the agreement in place as the rule to support the COP and the committee to support implementation and compliance, the voluntary fund, the regional public mechanism, and the elected representative of the public who work meaningfully to include civil society in a participatory manner, and not forgetting the diverse consultancy work of ad hoc working group, Chile, Ecuador, and St. Kitts and Nevis, in preparing the action plan to address the plight of human rights defenders in environmental matters through Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement. So I declare that there are no better way to care for Mother Earth, no better gift we can give to her than to celebrate her day, than for us as we meet here once again at COP3 to reiterate and continue commitment to support our Mother Earth, honor and respect her, the successful and effective implementation of this delightful environmental and human rights agreement we call our own, the Escazú Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montserrat. And now I put the same question to Mr. Paulo Pacheco, the Ambassador for Brazil. So from your perspective, how can the Escazú Agreement contribute to the care of Mother Earth? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to start my presentation or my answer by greeting the authorities, panelists, members from diplomatic corps, from civil society, from the different countries belonging to Escazú Agreement. I would also like to greet ECLAC for the initiative of organizing this event. The Secretariat of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters for Latin America and the Caribbean. As I said, I thank you for the organization of the COP here in Santiago. Indeed, this is a very important venue to discuss and talk about access rights in that topic. That in order to promote human rights as well as sustainable development in the region. The care of Mother Earth is the main objective behind all discussions on the environment. Brazil is interested in defending sustainability as a tool that would ensure the balance between economic growth, care for the environment, and social well-being. As the concept itself stands for whatever satisfies the needs for the present without capabilities of thinking about what will happen in the future is indeed what is causing this. In view of the three dimensions involved, socioeconomic and culture, we cannot think about this development without including civil society in every debate on climate change, streamlining human rights, and other topics. We may then see Escazú or consider Escazú as one additional step on that way. The origin of the text come from two declarations that were subscribed in conferences that my country was honored to host. The Rio Declaration on Environmental Development from '92 and the specific declaration on the application of principle number 10 of that declaration that had been signed 20 years earlier. And the latter comes from 2012. This shows the tremendous value that we allocate to this. Civil society is involved as a participation, the protection of the environment, human rights, access to justice, and transparency in the environment are all values we honor. Aside from this, Brazil has actively participated in the negotiations of the treaty. We are one of the original signatory countries in 2018. Brazil does believe, therefore, that the care of Mother Earth and Escazú Agreement are definitely related. The government of President Lula da Silva recognizes the importance of streamlining human rights in the environment, prioritizing inclusive dialogue with different social groups in order to consider gender, indigenous peoples, amongst others, in the design of public policy related to this topic. The procedures are still ongoing in our one of our branches, but we still commit ourselves on the provisions of that agreement. For example, in talking about the action plan that will be discussed here at this COP, among other initiatives, we created in 2019 the program to protect defenders of human rights, communicators, and environmentalists, PPDH, and that in order to contrive measures to protect people who are threatened for their protection to human rights and the environment. Last year, we set up a technical working group, Sales Pimienta, in order to discuss and to talk together with civil society about public policies to protect human rights defenders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that. The next question, well, the same question we put to Mercedes Monson. And Ms. Monson, please tell us, from your perspective, how can the Escazú Agreement contribute to the care of Mother Earth? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I first of all like to express my appreciation to ECLAC for the invitation to be here on behalf of the people from Guatemala, to be here at this convention that is striving to reach environmental justice for all of us who wish to protect Mother Earth. A while ago, I was just an activist searching for the dignity of my territory, of the communities, and of my own territory that was threatened by the projects in place and the destruction of the economic system that has hurt so much Mother Earth. Today, commemorating Mother Earth, I'd like to take advantage of that occasion to greet all of the communities, all of the indigenous peoples who have defended and who have preserved the nature in our territories so that they would last for the future generations. Guatemala is a diverse country that has been hit by forest fires, polluted water, and the extraction industry. We have sadly witnessed how previous governments have increased in manifold the damage to the earth. Women have been penalized, men and young people and youth have been penalized when they have defended their territory with their own lives. Today, though, we do have the chance and we have the political will to change all of that. And we have a new government that will allow that this kind of agreement be approved and ratified so that we may, in turn, defend our territory, defend nature and the lives of the people who live in the country. We must ensure environmental justice to all. We cannot continue with environmental impunity. That is why I see Escazú agreement as an opportunity that will permit our territory and the rest of the world to change the way we see life, the way we see nature. We have indeed the opportunity to change things. We feel safe in providing to our people the rights that have already been acquired. I'm talking about life, the right to a healthy environment, and there are many of the rights that have been destroyed in our territories. We wish to ratify this agreement now, and I hope that soon we will be able to be part of the list of the member states under Escazú. This is a commitment that we have taken on with the people of Guatemala, with indigenous peoples, and with the environmental defenders. We need to consult the communities. That is a must. We cannot continue using our natural resources without first asking the people who have been caring for them for centuries. I'd like to bring to you what I believe is an important message. In Guatemala, things are changing. There is indeed political will to do so, and we will change what used to be a country that did not safeguard its population and natural resources, but we will change so that will be so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monsoon. And now our final speaker is Ms. Judith Nunter. Ms. Nunter, from your perspective, how can the Escazú Agreement contribute to the care of Mother Earth? Thank you.
Hakuyendan, saludar.
Means greet in the framework of the International Earth Day, greeting the countries that are here at the moment, and also greet in the name of the women defenders. And also, we are accompanied here by our brothers and sisters and leaders from the Amazon region. Please, sisters, can you stand so that we may see who you are? We also greet the chair, the president of Chile, for welcoming us here. And as he said, indigenous people are affected as environmental defenders of our territories. And with your permission, I would first call on countries that have not yet ratified Escazú may do so very urgently. And so I ask you with pain, let me say that environmental defenders have been affected each day more and more. We have been harassed and murdered. We've been told that the defenders in Peru, I hope they may go back with a commitment to ratify the agreement. And now, with the permission of the Latin American indigenous people, of the defenders, let us ask that ECLAC may reinforce the effective participation of indigenous people. Indigenous people have submitted a declaration with 5 points that I will read. Implement mechanisms for participation and effective communication with indigenous people, not for our participation, not to be limited, using virtual space, respecting our culture, knowledge, ancestral knowledge, and our autonomy. Technical support and financial support to have an indigenous caucus as a space of indigenous people to convene our proposals, to have a rapporteurship on indigenous people and local communities for drafting a report picking up the reality and needs and threats that we indigenous people face. Effective action to meet these needs. We demand that the meeting of defenders be annual. This is necessary to defend our basins and territories in the country. Compulsory working group to include representatives of indigenous people in decision making in their work. As so far, they have not been integrated. There is no indigenous representative, since considering, nevertheless, that they are supposed to be open. And so, we were going to speak of the International Earth Day. We indigenous people are off the territory, we are off the forest. Our land is considered as the mother of all indigenous communities. We express our deep respect for them. And our territories, we are concerned with this. We care for our medicine, our wisdom and traditions, our native communities where we live. We have our rivers, our coasts, forests and customs, so that our children may learn of and enjoy them. And so we are the people, and we have been suffering murders, threats, and also the men and the women. And that is why I speak as an indigenous woman with feeling. We have been killed, not for stealing a mobile phone, not even for stealing a bottle of water. We are killed as though we were animals, but every day we fight in our territories. Because why do we fight? Because we are the owners. We're not the guardians. We are the owners of our territory. We are the owners of our cochas. We are the owners of our lakes and lagoons, because there we have our diversities, our animals, our ancestral medicine. And that is why the indigenous people, we will not stop fighting for our territories. Without any fight, there is no victory. And that is why we have come to put to you our feelings that the state does not care for us. We always say this because the state is state. The state does not live with us. It is we who live in our communities, in our territory, where we have suffering, where you have low levels of education, and where there is low level of healthcare. And so we are here to provide you with the correct information, the accurate information of how we live, to our countries, to our organizations. And so now I ask that you support our proposal, that you should listen to our proposals. And in that sense, I thank you for the time that you have awarded me to bring this message to you, to share our concerns as indigenous women, and say to you that we will fight until we're heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nunta, for that heartfelt and passionate delivery. I'm sure we all felt your pain, and I'm sure there are lots of people in this room who are very sympathetic to your cause. We're on to the second question. Mr. Hernandez, this is for you. Mexico's foreign policy is pivoted, and multilateralism and the defense of human rights is very important. How can the Escazú Agreement reinforce Mexico's foreign action, and what aspects of the agreement do you think is most beneficial to this objective? Thank you.
Gracias, gracias.
Thank you for that question. For Mexico, one of the main contributions by the Escazú Agreement to our foreign policy is to establish a framework for cooperation, mainly with ECLAC, but also other UN agencies. It is thanks to this framework for cooperation that we can begin carrying out actions for the creation in Mexico of our national implementation plan. I believe that is a first point, the great value of having this framework for cooperation and so move ahead in meeting our international commitments. In that context, for us, it is also extremely important to address the 5 main components of the Escazú Agreement. We feel obliged to provide access to environmental information, to also create and communicate environmental information, to enabling public participation in decision-making processes, but also access to justice in environmental matters. And this is what Escazú provides us with, a regulatory framework already developed in order to address these 5 areas. With this regulatory framework, national authorities in Mexico may have a guidance, a beacon for their work to carry out the full implementation of our international commitments. So we will add the cooperation efforts already carried out with ECLAC or UNDP on the one hand, with a conceptual framework, sophisticated, very well developed, which is that we have through the Escazú Agreement. So I believe that in practical terms, we may have an efficient agreement. That is an agreement that provides solutions and will allow all state parties to demand a human right to a healthy environment. These are the aspects, moderator, that I would highlight as some of the main ones for cooperation based on the Escazú Agreement.
Thank you very much, sir. My next question is for Ms. Montoute. Ms. Montoute, as a small island in the Caribbean, St. Lucia's small island, what advantages do you see in the Escazú Agreement, and what aspects do you consider are relevant towards its implementation? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It allows for meaningful participation, especially of the public and civil society at all levels of decision-making processes as it relates to environmental matters, which is a great advantage as the more stakeholders who are involved, the better ideas there are for implementation and compliance. The public is often left out of such decision discussions, and this agreement attempts to redress that balance. It also guarantees the right of every person of the present and future generation to a healthy environment and sustainable development, which is its main objective. And as such, it leaves no one behind, which is another great advantage. It is an advantage in that it will help the LAC region to set common standards regarding access rights to environmental information and access to justice, and in so doing enhance greater environmental democracy and fairness. So freedom of information laws are strengthened, the Constitution reformed to include rights of nature as a fundamental human rights, or existing laws amended to ensure that access rights are explicitly protected. At its core, the agreement speaks to principles of non-discrimination and equality, and so effective implementations should end poverty, gender inequity, and see the realization of the 17 SDG goals of the 2030 agenda, which St. Lucia, as I said, would greatly benefit from. As a human rights instrument, it will not only protect and promote those who defend the environment, but punish those who intimidate, threaten, or attack defenders of Mother Earth. As a regional agreement, it will strengthen cooperation and partnerships, allowing for a multilateral approach to solving problems of climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation, as well as pollution, inclusive of plastic pollution in the marine environment. As a platform for peace, it will strengthen our communities through better governance, transparency, and accountability, finding more nature-based solutions to the problem that affects us as in an integrated manner. As a treaty, it is governed by international laws and established legally binding obligations, and so forces states to abide by their commitment when implementing the agreement and make them liable where they fail to comply through errors or omission, and the action cause harm or damage. So there is an accountability process. It provides recommendations to government, funding agencies, and other bodies on how to address the need of vulnerable groups, especially indigenous persons, groups, and local communities who are often not considered at all or not given due consideration. It forces extractive industries, hotel developers, and renewable energy companies who operate in our region to conduct their activities more sustainably, providing and ensuring the provision of environmental and social impact assessment, and so enhance greater responsibility and transparency to those industries. This will create a balance in the development of our islands and countries, protecting the health of our ecosystem and people without destroying Mother Nature and its promise for future generations. Personally, I think all aspects of the Escazú Agreement are relevant to its implementation, and as the care and protection of Mother Earth is a process that is cross-cutting in nature and spans the boundaries of so many areas. As such, the climate change regime, pollution, biodiversity, international trade, and of course, human rights. Because of this, therefore, the agreement is structured such that throughout its provision, those important regimes are considered. The agreement speaks to non-discrimination, equity, transparency, and accountability, capacity building, and cooperation through networking and partnership, access rights to environmental information, greater public participation at all levels of environmental decision-making processes, and access to justice where environmental harm has been caused. So in my opinion, there are nothing there in the agreement that is not relevant to implementation. However, if one must observe the hierarchy of obligations or aspect, it may be useful to first have an enabling environment which contains a legislative, regulatory, and institutional framework that allows for proper access rights to environmental information, justice, and participation at all levels of decision-making. Then you would have a robust advocacy, education, and sensitization strategies so that all of society understands what the implementation process involves and their role in effective realization of goals under the agreement. A governance structure inclusive of states that respects such matters and gives priority in its development process to access rights and make provision in its budget to see those matters are realized. Then the action plan to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters. A gender action plan to mainstream gender equity into environmental matters. Capacity building and cooperation through networking and partnership, which is last simply because it must happen continuously as attitudes do not change overnight, and we must have competent persons not just to implement, but to ensure compliance with obligation. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Paulo Pacheco. Mr. Pacheco, Brazil will host COP3 on climate change within the Climate Change Framework Convention. What opportunities does this present to offer to instances in Brazil's environmental leadership? How does the Escazú Agreement contribute? Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora moderatora.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for your question. President Lula da Silva has set the guidelines of what has been our environmental policy from the beginning of his administration, talking about building internal capabilities as well as resuming regional international cooperation. Brazil, if possible, wishes to reach the goal of to fight climate change in offering the country to host 30 COP. We are now returning to provide Brazil with the leadership in the environment, and that is very important in our foreign policy. As a country that holds more than 65% of the Amazons, Brazil believes that COP30 will bring unique opportunities to revamp the multilateral weather system, hindering or limiting the increase of global temperature at 1.5 as agreed in Paris. For this, we must speed up energy transition according to the low carbon emissions economy. We do know that for developing countries, countries with less relative economic development in our region and elsewhere, it is impossible to achieve all of this without investment. Therefore, as chair of G20, we have created a task force to mobilize globally against climate change, promoting a high-level debate between governments, financial institutions, and international organizations so as to be able to catalyze the macro-financial system in the world in order to be able to meet the Framework Convention of UN on Climate Change and the Paris Accord. In short, together with all of these initiatives, Escazú is indeed one of the instruments that is into caring for Mother Earth with social scrutiny and participation in the process, trying also to bring together government, academia, and civil society. Both TF Weather as task force as well as COP30 will work together in order to get developed countries to bring in more financing to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My next question is for Ms. Mercedes Monzon. Now, as a parliamentarian in a country with a new government, what opportunities do you see in the Escazú Agreement to move towards greater inclusion, well-being and prosperity for the people of Guatemala? And also, how can the Escazú Agreement provide certainty and build consensus and generate trust? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for that question. First of all, let me ratify the commitment of Dr. Arevalo's administration and the government in power to meet Escazú in Guatemala. We wish to safeguard our natural resources and those who defend them. Secondly, I must say that Guatemala has already taken one step ahead as signatory state of Escazú. When we do ratify it, we will have to strengthen the mechanisms to access to information, public participation in decision-making, in everything related to the environment, as well as the protection of environmental defenders. This would involve better managing our natural resources, preserving the biological diversity that we love so much. We would thus ensure ecosystem balance and better quality of living for all and for all lives that we find in our system. Now, trust. We must strengthen dialogue between state and civil society. We can get communities to come close, providing them with space so that their demands may be heard. We must provide transparent information, and that in turn will provide certainty of what's happening in the territories. Information is also key. We must provide opportunity to have access to environmental justice. We have had a weak environmental legislation so far that has not ensured protection of our natural goods nor human rights of our people. It has fostered an economic system that does not respect life. That is why, as state, we now see an opportunity. This is an opportunity that will bring in dialogue to all. Thus, we will be able to coexist in harmony with nature and as population.
Thank you. And now my question for the last panelist. Ms. Nonto, tell me, how can Indigenous people contribute to the implementation of access rights? And what role do you see that Indigenous women can play? Okay.
Well, we as Indigenous people, we seek protection. Brothers have had protection. A piece of paper that says that there is protection. But nevertheless, we don't have protection. Apu hermano Quinto, has he had protection? Yes. But when we are in our communities, in our territories, we do not have any protection. That is what we defend and fight for each day more and more, for there to be no more murders of the defenders that we have in our countries. And so I would like to ask for a minute of silence for those defenders who have been murdered. Please accompany me in this minute of silence. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure we have found this session to be very interesting, and I'd just like to go over some of the points that's been raised by our panel. I think one of the things we have really picked up from this is how important it is to hear the voices of everybody in the room. And no, let me rephrase that, to hear the voice of everybody, especially those who are not in the room. And I think that we all are aware that Escazú is about giving information, public participation, and access to justice. We have understood that protecting Mother Earth and climate change justice and the environment is one of the main causes of the indigenous people. They have constantly emphasized the connection between climate change and Mother Earth. And if we are to make an impact, a real impact, we have to ensure that everyone is at the table. We have to ensure that when we are setting up policies, we include indigenous people, we include vulnerable people, we include everyone who's going to be impacted. It cannot just be that policymakers sit around a table and make policies, because as Ms. Nunta said, they are the ones, the indigenous people who actually live the environment. They live in the environment, they understand it. And so if we're going to make a big difference, we have to have full implementation of Escazú, but we have to have the human rights defenders there, and we have to make sure we have policies that will protect them. They need to be respected, and they want to feel not threatened. And obviously, we want a situation where attacks on human rights environmental defenders are investigated and taken very seriously so that they can get justice, so that they can defend their livelihoods and protect the environment. And of course, they must have security, because as Ms. Nunta just said, yes, you can have things written on a paper, but in a practical way, she and her group and all indigenous people, all human rights defenders, want to feel protected. And when the president spoke this morning, he gave alarming statistics of approximately 2,000 persons, environmental defenders, that had been murdered in last year. And unfortunately, 3 out of 4 come from our region. So I think that's something we really need to work on. Escazú is very progressive. It's there to protect people, the fauna, biodiversity, and to promote the sustainable use of the Earth's resources to ensure that there is an end to land degradation, pollution, there's protection of biodiversity, the oceans, everything that affects how we live today and how people live in the future. And we need to get to a situation where our environmental defenders are not harassed or murdered. And of course, Ms. Nunta made reference to a declaration that the indigenous people have, and they want mechanisms for participations with respect for their authority, their culture, and ancestral knowledge. And I think we can call that traditional knowledge as well. She felt it was important that you had rapporteurs for indigenous people who are there to draft reports and pick up the threats and points and to take real action so that they will be assisted, because sometimes unless you live through the situation, you really don't understand it. And I think when she called for that, that's because she's saying, I understand, and any report that I make or indigenous people have an input in is going to make a difference. And annual meetings of defenders, human rights defenders, is something she referred to. And she said indigenous people, they respect Mother Earth. They consider Earth as their mother, and they have a deep respect for the Earth, which they wish to pass on to the future generations, for the young people, so that their customs and how they live is something that their young people enjoy and understand. And, you know, she said the state doesn't care. And she's saying part of the problem they have is the level of education and healthcare. And I think that that's important, because if we're going to save our environment, everybody needs to be on board. And we need to have a healthy environment. Otherwise, healthcare will make no sense. And people need to be educated about the environment so that they make reasonable and sensible decisions, which is what Escazú is about, information and public participation. It was said that the role of civil society must be in every debate. You must have dialogue with groups. You just cannot ignore them. And as I said before, when public policy is being made, they must be there. Vulnerable groups must be there, indigenous people, civil society, everyone. And when we have technical working groups, we need to ensure that we don't get so bound up with technicalities and experts that we forget the people who really live through the environment, who understand, who have the traditional knowledge, the cultural knowledge, ancestral knowledge, that they are at the table as well. And the other thing was emphasizes the importance of partnerships. It's important to have common standards within the countries within our region so that we are all on the same page. And it's important to have partnership with UN agencies so that they can help us. And we all have this one goal in mind, which is to protect the earth, to have sustainability and a healthy environment. And Escazú includes everyone. This is what we had anticipated. There'd be no discrimination, there'd be equity. And when you have a common standard and everyone's on the same page and you have partnership with UN agencies, this will strengthen our common standards. It makes it easy for countries to see where their laws are weak, where they can be strengthened and where they can be reformed or amended so as to ensure that the rights that we have stipulated in the treaty are in fact a reality, and there should be no discrimination. Now, when we have all these things, we will have a better government, we will be able to find better nature-based solutions, and economic development must take into account the earth and its impact and sustainability. In our countries, especially the small, well, what we call the small developing islands, we have a situation where big companies with money like to come in, say we're going to put a hotel somewhere, and despite the fact that locals will disagree, we will use our knowledge to say, no, this is not a good place. Sometimes money talks. Let me just put it as politely as that. So we need to build internal capabilities and capacities and also have a good relationship with international organizations and companies. And a point that was made, I believe, by the ambassador of Brazil, which I thought was important, is that we need financial institutions and macro financial institutions. We need to have synergy with them so that they understand that when we are looking at investment, it's not just investment for the sake of investing. There has to be sustainability, there has to be responsibility, there has to be accountability, and also, you know, that they should take an interest in the type of project they're investing in. It can no longer be that I'm going to build a hotel, so we give you the money. There are other things to take into account, because you can build a hotel today, it can be there for 5 years, but you can see in another 10 years, it's destroying the environment slowly but surely. And in our small islands, I speak for small independent developing states, the impact is greater than it would be in a larger country because we are so small and we feel things and we are so limited. So I think that we all agree we must seek to protect the earth, and it must be real protection, not just veil protection. And Escazú does that. It's making people aware, and we are looking to find ways to improve it, and we are looking at implementations for countries and things like that. And I think it would be remiss of me not to mention the environmental defenders from Antigua and Barbuda. They're not in the room at the moment, but that would be Mr. Keith Mussington and Jacqueline Frank, because they have proven to be very good defenders of the environment. They come from Barbuda, and they have taken a case, which I'm sure you're all aware of by now, to the Privy Council to defend what they see as something going wrong in Antigua with the government wanting to place an airport in an inappropriate place. And I think this shows how Escazú can help, because in the decision, the Privy Council made reference to Antigua being a party to Escazú, and the judges also made reference to the fact that Escazú is the very reason to information, public participation, access to justice. So for those of you who think we're just talking, Escazú is having a real impact. And I just want to say in closing that I'm very proud of them, even if I shouldn't say that, because what that does is shows us that Escazú is real. It's not just that we come every 2 years, 3 years and talk, but it is an international treaty that is part of the judicial system, the treaty system, and courts are using it. And so the only objective we have now is to find the money to go to court, because that's very expensive. So I just want to say that I'm very pleased to have moderated this session, and I think we've all found it very interesting that we should have had this on this special day. And before I close, we will see a video, a 4-minute video from Honduras, which is about the environment. So when you're ready, you can play your video. And thank you everyone for listening. Thank you.
Mi mamá me decía, porque venía del monte, cuando veía los nacimientos, decía, hijo, vaya para que comamos como cayó. Entonces, nosotros andamos la pompa, techo de la casa, metido, o abajo de la casa. Y lo agarraba un cuchillo y iba ahí nomás en los mangles y solamente asomaba así los mangles para identificar, seleccionar qué tipo de pescado quiero llevar.
El agua era tan transparente,
Tan
se miraba los
transparente
peces
y
que
los
había.
peces ahí entre los mangles, entre las raíces de los mangles estaba ahí.
Bueno, buenos días. Nosotros hemos acompañado varios procesos también a la población, a nuestros líderes indígenas para el tema de conservación de los recursos. Sabemos que hay una gran diferencia de cuando estábamos niños, ahora que estamos, cómo se ha ido perdiendo de cierta manera gradualmente las especies. Ahora, por ejemplo, antes me acuerdo que este lugar aquí por Cauquira que se llamaba Toinacagma. ¿Por qué crees que le pusieron Toinacagma? Toinacagma es en referencia al pez sierra y ahora ya no existe. Entonces, eso nos motivó a tratar de elaborar normas para poder conservar nuestros recursos y que no nuestros hijos, porque lo van a conocer, los hijos de nuestros nietos puedan tener algún conocimiento y puedan obtener recursos para eso.
Hola, profe.
Hola, buenas.
Creo que ha sido satisfactorio ver los resultados que se han obtenido porque los pescadores por años han estado pidiendo a la DGPesca que pudiera hacer alguna investigación sobre cuánto deberían de pescar ellos de medusa, porque ha sido una de las actividades que más empleos ha generado en la zona. Y ver esta parte de que no solo los empleos, sino que son el 75% de las que producen medusas son mujeres de las que trabajan en esta cadena. Entonces, ha sido satisfactorio terminar esta jornada, pero también han quedado estos resultados tan buenos que hemos obtenido.
Yo también me quedé impactado porque realmente hemos estado trabajando de manera empírica sin hacer un trabajo o un desarrollo sostenible. Pero hoy en día considero y vamos capacitados, preparados para poder trabajar de manera sostenible y así poder dejar la producción para las nuevas generaciones.
Ahora mira cómo cambian las cosas.
No, el cambio climático nos afecta fuertemente. Ahora sí. No se sabe cuándo es verano, cuándo es invierno.
No, nadie sabe.
Nadie sabe.
Nadie sabe.
Nadie sabe.
Sí. Entonces,
y para eso tenemos que seguir cuidando mucho nuestros recursos.
Ok, pero la pregunta es, ¿ahora qué esperamos? ¿Cómo esperamos ver la justicia como líderes, como pueblo mexicano?
Acá no, juntos tenemos que seguir en esta lucha.
Mis 74 años que tengo, siento que la mosquitia para mí es el paraíso. El paraíso, hasta si alguien me ofreciera vivir en otro país, me haría. Por estar aquí en mi pueblo, en mi paraíso. Me gusta. Debajo de los árboles, de los pinos, el olor de esos árboles, la sombra, el viento que tira, eso me fascina. Mi querida mosquita.
Thank you, everyone. I believe that closes our session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Solo un aviso para las.
I have an announcement to make. This meeting will hold the preparatory meeting of public elected representatives with the public. This will be involving the rest of the participants, and afterwards we will adjourn until tomorrow. Well, we will begin at 9, but throughout this late afternoon and tomorrow as of 8, there will be side events for those of you who are interested. Thank you very much for being here, and have a pleasant afternoon.
Yeah. Buenas. Pequeño comentario, quienes se quieran sentar más adelante pueden.
Those of you who wish to come forward, you may. This is a meeting of the public, and so you may come over and sit closer. And this meeting will start shortly.
Por favor, si bien todos pueden sentarse donde quieran.
You may be seated where you wish, but please do not move the seats from where they are. Please be responsible in taking up new seats.
Si quieren venir acá adelante pueden. Por favor, como dijo.
You may come forward, please. Do not disorganize the room. We have simultaneous interpretation, English-Spanish.
Quienes se puedan ir sentando, agradecidos y agradecidas. Así, en breve comenzamos. quienes quieran avisarle a sus compañeros, colegas,
If you wish to invite friends, colleagues, please do so.
No sé si funciona. Sí, funciona el micrófono. Está bien. Bueno, me alegra que hayan venido, hayan podido, que hayan podido venir hasta aquí, hasta la CEPAL, hasta Santiago de Chile. Sabemos que no es fácil llegar, a Santiago. En realidad la región es muy grande, muy extensa y no todos pueden alcanzar a llegar. Pero es un placer que por lo menos haya un grupo nutrido de distintos países y que puedan, tanto directamente como a través de los representantes electos del público, transmitirnos todas las oportunidades de mejora que tiene el proceso. Y por supuesto, nos han pedido estar con ustedes unos momentos y aquí estamos para escuchar lo que quisieran compartir con nosotros.
¿Lo intentar? ¿Aló? Sí, sí, muy buenas tardes. Saludarle por este espacio y agradecerle también por considerar nuestro espacio de poder trasladarle también nuestra agenda planteada desde los pueblos indígenas, con todas las alianzas de las organizaciones indígenas en Latinoamérica. Es un espacio que nosotros consideramos válidamente de ir fortaleciendo también los niveles de participación en la solicitud desde los pueblos indígenas, que los mecanismos, en caso de pueblos indígenas, dentro de la CEPAL se pueda ir
Hola.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here in this meeting of the public. We have been thinking about the best way to have a dialogue in this meeting.
For being here in this public session, and we've been thinking and looking forward to our conversation today. Okay. There's interpretation, yes.